Okay, so I just went from level 1 to tier 15s in 413. Completely SSF, we picked up every passive. We did one ascension, we ended at level 76. And I'm just doing a voiceover of the run. So this is just me doing commentary. So because this is a speed run, I usually do like multiple resets until I get something good off Miller. So I'm pretty sure on this run I get like a 2 to 4 fire damage plus 1 prod spear off of Miller. Can you still answer questions from chat or just doing commentary? Yeah, I'll answer some questions. So yeah, here I'm basically, just getting them a spear stab. And then when there's a bunch of zombies, I use Whirling Slash and kill the zombies with the Whirling Slash. And you can use parry for like his auto attacks, but it doesn't really matter. So something I've been doing recently is in the options, you can disable pausing. And that basically just means like whenever you're selecting a gem or like adding a passive to your passive tree, the animations are still going in the background. So our first gem is Twister, and I'm just clicking on any chests along the way, hoping that I get like some move speed boots or gloves with damage or something. Second gem, we're taking Frost Bomb. And Frost Bomb already is helping us because we have fire damage on our spear. So the exposure is already, technically doing something. You can see my damage is like pretty dumb. Thanks to that spear that I got. When practicing for the next league, should we care about Val League rewards? So the league mechanic rewards are tied to league mechanics, not to the Val League rewards. It's in Abyss, like in 0.3 for Abysses, they dropped the same rewards that the Val ruins are in 0.4. And it'll be the same in 0.5. So yeah, for the witch, I'm just bringing her into the hut, and we are just getting her with the Whirling Slash and the Twisters. And she has shocked the ground, so that basically gives us 50% damage gain as. How do you get better at inventory while running? Just have to practice it. I don't think there's any secret strat. So yeah, in the zone, I'm just picking up the waypoint and the Grim Tangle. And then just making my way to the Red Veil. If you don't have a transmute and you find the leak mechanic, you can do the leak mechanic for a transmute, but I already have one and I didn't find the leak mechanic anyways. Huntress vs Monk for Twister, not sure if you've given your perspective. I think they're both really good. I'm just going to play Huntress though, because Spirit Walker looks cool. Can the build work on Mercenary? Yeah, it can. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to get level 5 so that I can use Iron Head Spear. Because the next weapon upgrade for spears is the Ironhead Spear at level 5. And if you're not level 5 leaving this zone, then basically you won't be able to buy one from the vendor. Which is really bad. So we have to hit level 5. And I'm just doing this lead mechanic for the XP and the level 2 skill gem. And we're just going to use the level 2 skill gem on Twister. So I'm clicking on every refined arm, hoping for an Ironhead Spear. But yeah, I basically just reset my runs if the RNG is bad. On League Start? No, I wouldn't do that. Obviously. This is just for speedruns. So here I'm like trying to drag him near a corner so that I can get the twisters bouncing. But I didn't do a very good job. So here I run out of mana, but like I can see that I'm about to kill a bunch of ads and get a mana flask, so I just wait there until I get the mana regen for the twister.
These are just some odds and ends of mine. It's beautiful. Stay safe.
So here we're basically just selling everything, checking for a weapon upgrade. There's nothing really good, so I pick up the lightning damage gloves. 1 to 6 lightning damage on gloves, absolutely huge, especially for spears. And here I'm just portaling out as soon as possible, talking to Una, and going back in. So here you summon Una and then you talk to her, and then you dodge roll back to the checkpoint, and then you can go past these this blockage. I think I aug those gloves trying to get attack speed, but we don't get attack speed, unfortunate.
Nothing like a spot of song to chase away the gloom.
In terms of like defenses, at the very early game, like level less than level 10 or whatever, they're generally trying to go for like armor bases, like I just found. And that's basically just because armor is way better than like evasion or energy shield. Because it helps you with getting stunned, because you take less damage. Oh, Magnas, thank you for the T1. You're level 3 here and it's fine. I think I'm currently level 5. Almost level 6. So here I'm basically just hugging the wall. And I'm looking for 3 things. We already found the mausoleum, so I'm looking for the tomb, the ring, and the regal orb, and you kind of need all 4 of those. The only one that you can skip is the ring, but the ring is still really good. Like, if you get an iron ring like I did, there's a lot of damage for spears. So at this point, the RNG doesn't get much better in terms of damage. Like, I have an iron ring, I have flat on gloves, I have a pretty decent spear. Nothing crazy, but like, pretty good. So there, I was just sorting my inventory, so I always have my currency in the exact same spot. So I have scrolls, Orb of Transmute, Augmentation, Regal, and Exalted, in that order on the left column of my inventory, always. And basically what that does is it basically just lets me instantly know, you know, where the currency is, and I don't even have to like look in my inventory to know if I have it or where it is or anything. So Regal Shards are pretty shit, so I usually just vendor those. So what you can also see me doing is like on the right side of my inventory, I have a bunch of items. Like I just picked up a shield and I'm just moving it to the right side of my inventory. And basically that is just so that I can vendor all of those items instantly as soon as I get to town. Anything I plan to vendor, I just put on the right side. And then I don't even have to think about, you know, are these items good? Do I want to keep them? Do I want to sell them? I just spam left click everything on the right side of my inventory. So here I'm doing the league mechanic for a bit of XP and amulet. I'm still sitting on one support gem because I skipped the druid and I skipped the support gem in this zone. So I'm currently missing rage and rapid attacks for willing slash. So we're probably missing around 35-40% damage-ish. Just because I don't have those support gems. I probably should have gone back and found the support gem in this zone, but I had no idea where it was. I didn't want to risk it. So after I finish the tomb, I'm checkpointing straight to the mausoleum. So we're gonna fight Draven. So here, there is a guaranteed support gem in this zone. So I'm hoping that I find the Forgotten Riches. Because if you go inside, there's a guaranteed support gem, but I don't end up finding it this run. So here I do an armor strongbox. I'm honestly not sure why. This was probably a waste of time on average. But I kind of just felt like doing it. And we actually do get a little bit rewarded. I'm pretty sure we get 2 rare items from this strongbox. Yeah, it takes a lot of time. I don't think this was worth it. So here, I actually should have swapped over to those rare gloves. But for some reason in my head, those magic gloves that I currently have equipped had attack speed, but they actually don't. But that's just a mistake. Here I do a quick transorg in the ring, trying to get flat damage, and that's exactly what I get. So something I haven't mentioned yet is that I am using parry and Fangs of Frost to get guaranteed chilled ground. And basically whenever he does a default attack, you parry it, and then you use Fangs of Frost and you get chilled ground. And that just gives you 50% damage gained as cold. You can see I just parried him again. He got knocked back though, so I didn't actually get to Fangs of Frost him for the ground. So at this point my inventory's pretty full. We're gonna go back, we're gonna respawn at checkpoint after opening the gate. That will skip a boss cutscene. Oh, my gloves did have attack speed now actually. But I actually swapped over to the gloves with life. And that's just so that I can have a higher probability of not getting like one hit stunned when I parry him. So if you have absolutely no life on gear and you try and parry default attack of bosses, there's a decent chance that you just get stunned and you don't even get to parry. So that I swap over to those gloves that have life instead of the ones that have attack speed. This is a very awkward boss for Twisters. Because he's pretty anti-melee boss, basically, and he's got a bunch of chill and shit, so it's really awkward. He's probably the worst boss in the entire run. But here I like try and get him against the wall, and then angle my twisters so that the twisters bounce between the wall and the grave. But, you know, even when you do that, it's pretty awkward. So I ignore the ring just to skip a little cutscene. You get the hooded one later anyways. So here I'm just selling everything instantly, like I'm not even looking at it. We find a tiny weapon upgrade. 3 to 6 cold damage. And then I see the iron ring. I want the iron ring, so I buy it and aug it. The aug was a mistake. I didn't read it properly. I shouldn't have auged that. I was auging for a prefix, but it already had evasion, which is a prefix, so that was just a waste of an aug. So at this point, I'm still sitting on 1 support gem. So I'm kind of hoping for everything in this zone. So we need to find the farmlands, which we already found. We need to find Freythorn, Crowbell, and the support gem. Because I really want Rage before I go into Freythorn. Like the 30% more damage. I find Crowbell straight away. I do him straight away because I don't want to do any backtracking. In theory, you could like go to the support gym first and then come back to him. But then you have to do a little bit of backtracking, which I don't want to do. So I just do him straight away. And this guy's default attacks do a lot of stun. So if you try and parry his default attacks, you'll probably just get 1 hit stunned. So I wouldn't even try to parry him. You don't really need to parry him anyway, he's like pretty squishy. This is a voiceover? Yeah, we're doing a voiceover. So yeah, I'm still looking for Freythorn. And I'm also really looking for the support gym as well. And like ideally the league mechanic, but the league mechanic is usually in the center. And we don't really want to go in the center. Because everything is along the wall. So I don't think we find the league mechanic. Yeah, if I get this next support gem, that puts us at 2 support gems. And I know we get 2 more very easily guaranteed support gems in the rest of the act. Why you don't equip armor? So equipping a body armor gives you a small movement speed penalty. So it's just not really worth the trade-off. So yeah, this guy gives us our support gem, and we're going to take Rage 1. Should we care about resistances over the negative before maps? I mean, yeah, you should generally try and have some resistances in the campaign. What is the use of regex in MOBA? So a regex, you paste it into the filter and it will highlight certain items depending on what your regex highlights. So the regex for this build, it highlights spears, it highlights movement speed boots, and it highlights items with flat damage to attacks, which is for gloves. So here we find the boss. And so, because we find the boss, we can have a look at these like trailing wisps that tell us where the next rituals are. Hi, are you going to make a tier list build? I am. Right after I make this video, actually. I am going to be doing a tier list for like the best, like league starters. So after we do this third ritual in Phaethon, we're going to respawn at checkpoint. And what that's going to do is it's going to lower the number of monsters we have at the boss ritual. So here I respawn at checkpoint, and we're only going to have to fight like 10 monsters instead of like 50. So here I'm trying to angle my twisters so that he gets double hit. So I'm standing in the, like towards the middle and then aiming to him, and then there's the wall behind him, and then they bounce off the wall and hit him twice. Just essentially doubles our damage, so very important. And I'm doing the same on the second phase here. So here, none of these items are useful, so I just buy the rare item so I can get more gold.
Seen the last of him. It's too much. These are just some odds and ends of mine.
And I'm just IDing any rares and boots for movement speed. And we hit level 10, so I'm looking for a hunting spear. There's a really good rare one in there, but I can't afford it. So unfortunately, I have to go for the 2 to 4 physical. And I'm pretty sure we use this 2 to 4 physical damage spear all the way to Act 2. And here I am moving my Whirling Slash over to weapon set 1 and my Twister over to weapon set 2. And that's basically just so that I can have the higher attacks per second spear for my Whirling Slash, so that my Whirling Slash is faster. And then I can have the higher damage spear for my Twister. So I equip the body armor here. It's probably not worth, I just equip it to be safe. It had a bit of life and stun threshold, and it's an evasion body armor, so I only get like 3% less movement speed. It's probably not worth, but I just wanted to play it safe, so I just equipped it. Here we're doing this guy for a level 4 skill gem, which we're going to use on Twister. So I was using parry on that guy too. If like a random mob gets parried and then you use the Fangs of Frost, it still is going to work. So like you don't actually have to parry the rear itself. You can just parry any mob. And you'll get the chilled ground. So I go for Twister, and then with the Spirit Gem we're going for War Banner. War Banner is purely for single target. There's 25% more attack damage and 25% increased attack speed. So it's probably like, I don't know, 35% more damage multiplier on bosses while it's up. Hey guy, in your Vrashta Sorceress video, do you think I could migrate her in the endgame to use the new staff or the RF skill? Yeah, I think you could. So here I go straight for the smithing tools and the artificer's orb. So here you can see me like spear stabbing the ground because I had spear stab on left click. So I immediately fix that and take that off left click. So that's why I have nothing in my left click. It's basically because things like that happen where you're like spear stabbing the ground or whatever instead of picking up items. And yeah, like I'm always managing my inventory. I always have everything on the right side of my inventory. Or rather, everything that I'm going to vendor on the right side. What's your top 3 events to farm in your opinion in the 0.5? Definitely Breach and Abyss. And then I think it might be Expedition, but I need to have a little bit more of a look into that. What's your keybind for open inventory? I have open inventory on Y. So yeah, I'm doing the parry in the chilled ground. And I dodge roll behind him there because if you just stand in the same spot, eventually he gets so far away from the wall that the twister doesn't actually get to bounce back to him. So you kind of have to like parry him and dodge roll behind him sometimes. And I'm also forgetting to use Warbanner. It's another mistake. This probably could have been like at least a few seconds faster if I used Warbanner. But I just forgot about it. Last season you played as a group. Did you like it or still prefer solo? I'm going to be playing completely solo from now on. So yeah, I'm going back to town. I'm hoping for a better weapon. I'm handing in my passive points. I'm picking up my level 5 gem. I would buy a greater life flask if I didn't already have one, but I already have one, so... And we're taking the lesser storm rune for our level 21 weapon. And we didn't have any upgrades in there, unfortunately. I probably should have bought the white weapon and transmuted it. But rather than thinking about what to do, I just wanted to get out of there and keep progressing. Guy, what do you think it's better for first gaming with Witch, Rash to Sorceress, or something like ED Contagion? Witch can't become Barashta, that's for Sorceress only. So I'm going for the support gem. I think I still need prolonged duration, or is it rapid attacks that I still need? I'm pretty sure I still need the rapid attacks for Willing Slash. Or maybe I already got that and now it's duration? Can't remember. Yeah, I already had rapid attacks, so that support gem there is going to be for prolonged duration on Warbanner. And it's going to make our Warbanner last almost 10 seconds. So you get 30% more damage for like 10 seconds. Are you going straight for Candlemass? There is a trick you can do after Geonor to like get Geonor's loot and kill Candlemass in between. But in my opinion, that's just a waste of time, so I just kill him straight away. And I'm pretty sure this guy's attacks do a lot of damage. So if you're not 100% sure on what the attack is, I would advise to not use parry. Because he's got a few attacks where you will just get one hit stunned.
Whatever it was, it's dead now.
So my level right now, I think I'm 12 and like 70%. So for most people, you probably want to finish Act 1 at level 14. But that's going to take too long for me, so I just go for level 13. Level 13 means that when you enter Act 2, you won't be getting any XP penalty. But it does mean that you won't have your level 14 gems, which means no barrage, and no ice tip arrows, and no level 5 gem. But like, in my opinion, the time loss that you get from going to level 14 isn't really worth it, so I just go at 13. So you'll probably see me run past a few mobs here, because like I'm almost 13. And we just need to get to the boss as fast as possible. Do you use ice-tipped arrows at all prior to having Nexus? Well, usually, unless you get like a lucky drop, you get Frost Nexus before ice-tipped arrows. Because you'll get Frost Nexus from the tier 2 support gem in Vesteri Outskirts, and then you'll get your second level 5 gem after killing the boss of Vesteri Outskirts, so here I'm just going back to town trying to check for another hunting spear because my current spear has like 2 to 4 damage on it. Absolutely garbage. Unfortunately, we don't find anything better, so I just have to ignore it and keep going.
I've heard enough of the beast to know feeding it's a fool's game.
I'm at Act 3 and I keep struggling with int/dex requirements, specifically to equip the scepter, how to come around this. This build is very tight on attributes. I'm pretty sure if you don't have any attributes on gear, you're actually not going to have enough attributes to do stuff. So you're going to have to make a... You kind of have to give something up. So you have to either give up the scepter, or you have to use like lower level gems, or something like that. Unless you get some attributes on gear. So here I'm using parry Fangs of Frost to get the chilled ground. And then we're just hitting him with the Whirling Slash Twister. And then putting War Banner up. So the War Banner is 25% more damage.
Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I expected so much more from you. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye, husband.
Manipulative whore.
Yeah, I'm just running in circles. There's no point in attacking him once he's on half HP. And I'm just frost bombing, Whirling Slashing, parrying, Fangs of Frost, Twister, War Banner. And just using everything as I need. And I'm really, really hoping that I don't get ad phase here. So here you can parry the cold beams. So I parried the cold beams and then I Fangs of Frost them for the chilled ground. And luckily we skip the ad phase. And get a 34-minute general. Hi Guy, do you have or plan to update your grenades build? I'm pretty sure there's no changes from the patch notes, so like it's already up to date.
So this is the Vesteri. I've never felt further from home.
So here I'm trying to basically hug the wall. So we're really looking for the support gem in here from the raided camp. And that support gem is going to be Frost Nexus for Twister, which is going to let us drop Fangs of Frost and basically give us permanent shield ground on every mob in the entire rest of the campaign. We're doing the League mechanic for an Exalted Orb, because we need, ideally, at least 3 Exalted Orbs before we hit level 21. And what that means is we'll be able to get a weapon with 6 affixes guaranteed. So at level 21 we're going to be crafting our weapon up. So I didn't get the raided camp, but because I got a lucky tier 2 support gem drop, I can just ignore it and keep going. But if I didn't get that lucky support gem drop, I would be going back and trying to find the raided camp.
That's him up there, the leader.
So yeah, we have Frost Nexus, but we don't have Ice-Tipped Arrows. So Frost Nexus isn't actually doing anything, so I'm still using parry for this boss. But once we get past this guy, there'll be no more parry. So as soon as he dies, I place a portal, and then I set up some tornadoes to kill these mobs while I'm waiting for the loot. And then we get our second level 5 skill gem for Ice-Tipped Arrows. So I'm stashing here the Winged Spear, so that we can use the Orb of Chance on that later, hoping for the, I think it's called Sky Sliver, which is like the highest attack speed spear that you can get. I am starting with Halani Gates here, but actually in 0.5 you can just go straight to Modern Quarry and you don't have to go to Halani Gates. Just go straight to Modern Quarry. So I'm shooting for Wing Spear, I'm hoping for attack speed. I transmute attack speed on the weapon. So we now have a attack speed Wing Spear, which I'm very, very happy with. So here I'm moving Ice-Tipped Arrows over to weapon set 2 and Barrage over to weapon set 1. The reason for that is Ice-Tipped Arrows needs to be on the same weapon set as Twister, otherwise it will be not working. And then for Barrage, the reason you put it on weapon set 1 is because when you get Dance with Death at around, I don't know, level 30 or something, you get 25% more skill speed if it's on the Whirling Slash setup. Why is Winged Spear wanted for attack speed? Yeah, by Winged Spear is just the highest attack speed base, so that's why you want it. So now I've got the Ice-Tipped Arrows going. So I'm basically just using Ice-Tipped Arrows before Twister. And it lasts for 4 Twisters, so you don't actually have to use it that often. But it just converts all your damage to cold, which means we are now proccing Frost Nexus, which means feeding Shield Ground. So it's essentially like a 50% damage gained as support. Young Heretics, thank you for the prime. So augments and transmutes are extremely common, but you also have to use a lot of them. So whenever I find a transmute or an augment, I'm making sure to pick it up. I'll even backtrack, you know, a screen if I have to. So yeah, here I just do a respawn at checkpoint trick, so I don't have to wait to go down the elevator. I can just appear at the bottom. So here I reach level 16, I swap over to my fast winged spear and my heavy, or my increased physical damage winged spear. So I have the attack speed winged spear on weapon set 1 with the increased physical damage one on weapon set 2. At this point, I'm, level 16. The next area is going to be level 19, so like, I'm well within the EXP penalty threshold. So I'm basically just like trying to get out of here as fast as possible. Only killing the mobs that are super efficient. I usually save my flasks to swap before checkpoints, and I knew a checkpoint was coming up, so I swapped my flask over there. So here I use 2 or 3 whetstones. And basically the reason for that is that when I swap over to my War Spirit level 21, I can just salvage it anyway and get back the same amount of whetstones, so I don't really lose anything. Basically completely free to use the whetstones there.
Here we are. This could be useful. I will tell your tale.
So here I'm just checking the vendor for like gloves, weapon, but we didn't find any upgrade, so I should ignore those.
Young one.
Cornell Palmieri, thank you for the prime. What starter am I doing? I'm going to be playing Spirit Walker Twisters. So in the Trader's Passage, I'm looking for Balbala. They are going to be ascending.
There's something odd about this door. Feels like it were meant to stay shut.
So here I find a mob. I try and freeze the mob so that I can generate Shield Ground for Balbala. So for ascending, because Spirit Walker isn't out yet, I'm just going for Amazon. But when 0.5 is out, my plan is to go for the first 2 owl nodes.
A coin?
So you get the, whatever it's called, Primal Bounty buff. And then you go for the one after that, that gives it increased effect. And then after that, my plan is to either go for like the Vivid Stampede nodes, or the Vivid Stampede node and the Bear node. And that's basically just going to help us with defenses like the Bear thing. You might have also noticed that I bought an Omen Scepter. So, if you want to use a Scepter, you have to buy one at like level 16 or 17 while it's low level. And basically what that does is we get a free 100 spirit. And what we do with that 100 spirit is we use Herald of Ice. So we can use War Banner and Herald of Ice before we have 60 spirit from the Act 3 zone. When do you usually stay and kill mobs in an area? Is there a specific level range you aim for? It's very like hyper specific. There's no like general rule of thumb that's perfect. But the general rule of thumb that's okay is you want to be 3 plus 1 per 16 levels of character level below the zone. So if you're like level 10, you could be in a level 13 zone. If you're level 16, you could be in a level 20 zone. That's generally like the rule. But that's not perfect. If you want to do even better than that, you just have to play the game a bunch of times and like figure out a feel for it, basically. So I think right now I'm level 17 and I'm in a level 20 zone, which means I'm well within the XP penalty threshold, so I'm not getting any XP penalty. I am looking for the league mechanic for the Exalt, but we should basically guaranteed come across that, so... So something you might have seen me do back there was when I got to that first checkpoint, I respawned at checkpoint, and it was basically just to teleport the NPC on top of me. Because if you go ahead too fast, she bugs out and you don't, like she doesn't follow you. You don't care about the martial weapons in the camp for Huntress runs? I usually don't care about the martial weapons in the camp for any class. You would only go for that in like a hyper-specific scenario where like you need a level 16 weapon and you don't have one or something like that. But my weapon's like already okay. So here I put Elemental Armament 2, I think, on Ice-tipped arrows. Just for like a tiny little bit of extra damage. And we don't even have good gear at this point. Like, our weapon is a magic weapon that doesn't even have a socket in it. We have like 2 iron rings with relatively low flat damage. Our gloves have like, what, 2 to 3 damage or something.
Make haste! He must not escape! Quickly! He conjures the very sands against some king! This is no natural sandstorm. We must...
So, after the Halani Gates, we're going to go straight to the Trial of Sycamores. And I'm just going to ascend, and that's the only ascend we're going to do for the whole run. If this was a league start, I would probably ascend when I get to maps. But because this is a tier 15 speedrun, we only get the first ascension.
Test of metal, is it? Suits me just fine.
So for this relic, if it only has 1 mod, you can org it. But my one had 2 mods, so just go. Yo, Blue Hex, thank you for the T1. I just randomly fell into this stream. I'm on day 2 of my build and I haven't finished campaign. The skill I'm seeing is insane. Yeah, I think I have like, you know, hundreds, maybe even 1,000 campaign runs, so. So I took off my body armor there just because we don't really need defenses at the moment. So I just take that off for the extra movement speed. And in terms of like what trials I'm looking for, I'm generally going for like ritual. So if I just see a ritual, I just click on it straight away. Ritual is usually pretty good. Here I find 2 hourglasses, which is pretty sad. Hourglass is pretty slow. Usually looking for ritual escape. Maybe chalice. I think those are like the fastest. So once you get your first couple of tier 2 support gems, there's not a whole lot of use for like extra support gems. So usually what I'm doing is I'm just like chucking like rapid casting on barrage or like prolonged duration on freezing mark or something. Nothing super important, but that's usually what I go for once I have all the important ones. So apparently in this trial, the escape trial, you don't actually have to click on the first crystal. But I don't know where I'm going, so I just click on the first one so that I know where to go. So here we get a ritual trial and we get the best possible room. So this ritual room where you just have 4 ritual guys in the middle. That is perfect. If you start running, it clicks automatically. Oh, so it like tells you where to go. That's good to know. Can you do a shaman bear run? No. Whose run is this? Yeah, this is my run. So here I go in melee range, just so I can get the benefit from retreat and a little bit of rage. But then I go quickly out of range so that he doesn't hit me with his massive explosion. So after we kill this guy, literally all we're going to do is we're going to ascend and we're going to ignore all the chests. You probably noticed that I ignored a bunch of keys on the way. We don't really care about any of this loot. On League Start, would you care more about keys? No, I would do that on League Start as well. The problem with that loot is that it's like low level loot. Like you're just gonna replace it in half an hour anyway. And the probability of you actually getting something is just not worth. And I'm a noob, so I just forget to use my ascendancy points. So I don't think I actually use my ascendancy points for like another 5 minutes. So in the Macedon Badlands, there is the Lightless Passage, which like technically you don't have to do to get to T15s, but I do it anyway, just to like be adhering to a league start scenario. And I also do the Abyss to get the guaranteed Jawbone. So this Abyss here gives you a guaranteed Gnawed Jawbone, which you can use on like your level 46 weapon or something like that. But it does take a decent amount of time. It takes like a minute or something. Why'd you drop Frostbomb? So when you get to area level 20, or rather area level 21, Frostbomb doesn't work anymore. So I just drop it on the ground. You can level it up, but I don't have the attributes for that. So it has no use for me. I just drop it.
Necromancers, eh? That'd explain all the bones.
So here I find the Lightless Passage, and we just go in straight away.
Lost men went digging where they shouldn't. Now we're all stuck with the consequences.
In this zone, basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to go top left. If you just go in the direction of top left, you will find the Well of Souls, or whatever the next zone is called.
A weapon's only as strong as what wields it. I ain't afraid of the
So here I noticed that I didn't pick up the Macedon Badlands waypoint, and I think about pulling out, but then I realized that I can actually just waypoint back to the Lightless Passage and then go through the Macedon Badlands like this. And then we just continue on our way to find the Bone Pits. And we're like really high level now. I think we're already level 20. Because we did the Lightless Passage, we did the Ascend. We are pretty high level. And which basically means that I don't need to be killing any mobs in here, so I just run past every single thing.
The stink of death hangs heavy here.
So for this zone, we're looking for the Clan Relic, which only drops from the Hyenas and the Hyena Clan Leader or whatever. So what I usually do is I go to the boss, and if I still haven't found it, I checkpoint back and keep looking. So I'm pretty sure in this run I get really unlucky with the relic and basically have to full clear the zone. Yeah, the purpose of this run was to get the world record, but I also wanted to try and adhere to the league start as much as possible. So like, I didn't do that 100% like a league start, but it's pretty close. The only major difference would be that like I would ascend after I got my level 65 weapon, whereas in this run I just keep going to T15s. It's like the only difference. How important is Wake of Destruction in maps? Wake of Destruction is... I think it's pretty good once you have like the right setup, but it's not necessary at all, as you're about to see in this run. So one thing I should mention about the relic is that you should not respawn at checkpoint. So how the relic works is that 2 packs of monsters have been given a relic. So there's 2 relics in the zone. And basically you're just looking for those packs. And what happens is, if you respawn, all of the packs get respawned and you have to kill them all over again. And you lose all your progress. So basically you want to avoid respawning. And you just want to full clear the zone. Because essentially, like, every single pack you kill, the next pack has a higher probability of dropping it. Yeah, and there we go. As soon as we get it, we respawn, and then we checkpoint over to the boss. So for this boss, I usually stand behind the caster dude, and then the big bone guy, he's going to charge on top of you. And you can just hit both of them at the same time. And they just get completely cooked. So here I made a little bit of a mistake and I didn't freeze the boss with Twister, so I don't actually have chilled ground here. It doesn't even matter. This build is just completely broken, so... Why do you play Huntress, not Deadeye? Because I want to play the new Ascend, Spirit Walker. I don't even think Deadeye is that good. I think you either play Huntress or you play Abyssal Lich. So in this zone, we're hoping for the League mechanic, which gives a guaranteed Gem Cutter's Prism. Which we're going to use on Twister for a chance at an additional projectile. How do you think the Twister will perform with Spirit Walker? I have a video going over this, but basically I think it's going to be insane. So at this point I'm level 21. I should have gone back to town before this boss to buy a new weapon. But I just didn't even realize that I was 21 yet. And so basically because of that, this boss takes me a good like 30-40 seconds. I think the power that you get from the Spirit Walker Ascend is so strong that you're not going to care about dodge rolling.
I hope it pleases. Signs guide you.
Is Salvo not worth it? I don't like Salvo.
I am fond of that.
So here I regal both of them. And the regals don't hit, but the Exalt does. So now we have like a pretty good weapon that's going to carry us all the way to level 40. So here I'm picking up Herald of Ice because I just got my Scepter. So now we have Herald of Ice and War Mana. And I get tripped and die, unfortunately. But basically what you saw me do there was... I'm pretty sure I put War Mana at the top of the gems. So the order of your gems and your gem UI thingy is actually important. So if you have War Mana a hit on top of Herald of Ice, that's the gem that's going to be used for both sets. So because I have my Scepter and only one weapon set, that means when I'm on the other weapon set, one of my Spirit Gems is going to be disabled. And you only care about having Herald of Ice on weapon set 2. So you put Herald of Ice below War Banner. And that basically just solves that out for you. Or you could just put Herald of Ice on weapon set 2. Either probably works.
The spirit needs
What is the weapon damage order? You just want as much damage on your weapon as possible. You don't really care what type it is. Generally. So here we get the Lesser Jewel Absorb from the League mechanic. The Lesser Jewel Absorb is going to be used on Twister for Elemental Armament 2. Are you playing Tornado in the new patch? Yeah, I am. So yeah, here I set up my Elemental Armament. And we're just doing our full combos. We have Ice Tipped Arrows, War Banner, and Barrage. And once you get that Chilled Ground up, he basically just gets deleted. Yeah, I'll be making multiple build guides for Spirit Walker Tornado as I go.
your sacrifice. I will tell your tale.
So here I buy a Ruby Ring, and I check vendors again really quick. Unfortunately, the Ruby Ring doesn't really hit, and it's just complete vendor trash.
This valley were carved, and not by man neither.
What's plan B if Twister's nuke from orbit in the next few days? To quit the league. What were you looking for on the Ruby Ring? So basically on rings, we're looking for life, flat damage, and resists. Those are like the most important things. Flat damage is like the most important, and then probably resist, and then probably life. We also got some pretty crazy boots here with 15% move speed and 20% lightning res. I actually used those boots for the entirety of the run, all the way to T15s. Basically, what I'm already thinking about is when I get an essence of fire res or cold res, I'm going to slap that on, and that's going to be like my end game GG boots. So here, this league mechanic gives us a unique, so I'm just doing this hoping for a good unique. Why is Scepter more important than the 25% cast speed buff on the damage weapon? Well, the Scepter does give Malice as well. So you get like a little bit of crit. And you only have the Scepter on the Twister weapon set. So you still have the 25% more skill speed for Whirling Slash, which is the only one that matters. How do you think Huntress Sister will be against Pinnacle bossing? I think you're going to completely, absolutely delete every single boss in the entire game. Easily. So here I realized that the waypoint is probably inside. So I go over here, and sure enough, the waypoint is here. And I always take the one on the left, which gives charm charges gained. Basically, the thought process behind that is that you want your charges to be up as much as possible, rather than have them last long. So here we find a lesser essence of the mind, which is mana. So I just completely ignore that, because that's just vendor trash garbage. So I have a bunch of level 7 steel gems in my inventory. What I'm going to be using those on is Freezing Mark. So the first level 7 steel gem goes to Freezing Mark once you have 24 intelligence. And that just helps us freeze bosses easier and gives us a 30% damage gained as cold buff. How does the build solve accuracy? We don't really care about accuracy. It's pretty irrelevant. Are you always trying to stay 3 levels under the zone? I have a full guide on exactly what I'm doing for EXP. You can go check that out. So here, there's nothing special. Unfortunately, because this guy is cringe, you don't get any chilled ground. So you just lose 50% damage gain as, but it's fine. We just kill him anyway.
Who goes there? Browse as I shall put this to use. Take care. If my I will tell you
So what I did there was I vended all my items to Shambrin first. So that when I went to Zaka, it didn't mess up my inventory. And here I zoned out for a second, so I ran down, but then I realized and just ran back up.
To be laid to rest in the sky. Aye, I'd be fine with that.
So here, I see the checkpoint, but I don't really care about Artificer's Orbs, because I already have enough. So here I'm really hoping for the letter on the way. If you don't get the letter on the way, you can easily lose like a minute or sometimes even more. So here I'm checking the south side of any building that I see, trying to find the letter. So I just hit level 25. In theory, to have no EXP penalty, you want to be 26 when you enter Spires of Deshar, which is not the next zone, but the one after. But you don't really need to do that. Being 25 entering that next zone is pretty fine. So our EXP is looking really good. So here I got, Giga unlucky. I'm looking everywhere for the letter. And it's in like the last place that I check. Unfortunate. As soon as I get the letter, I'm respawning at checkpoint and then heading into Path of Morning.
It's thinner up here. Makes me heart ache for home.
So I'm 25 and a half entering. So our XP is like pretty good. We're only getting a tiny EXP penalty, probably like less than 10% EXP penalty. But yeah, this is a really good zone for Twister because you have your tornadoes like bouncing off all of the tight corridors, right? So you basically just instantly clear anything along inside of the corridor. Would you take a small damage per use loss to switch to War Spear? I have a very nice winged and have been struggling to upgrade the War Spear. I would probably take like a 5% damage loss to switch to War Spear. I don't think I would do anything more than that though. If it was 10% less, I think I definitely wouldn't. Something less than 10% I probably would.
You are relentless. The time of the Faradin is nigh.
So this is another boss where you don't get any chilled ground because of like the hitbox. Luckily, it's a really good arena, so it doesn't even matter. You just kill him anyways. So after I kill that guy, I'm getting the passive points from Shanbrin. And then making my way to Dreadnought and then just clearing my inventory at the vendor while I'm waiting.
I will tell your tale.
Do you wear adult diapers for your runs just in case? Exclamation mark OnlyFans if you want to find out. How do you use the banner in this build? Basically on bosses, whenever it's up, you use it. That's it. So at this point, this run isn't actually that fast. It's at least a few minutes faster than my campaign, slower than my campaign world record. So I'm pretty sure in my campaign world record, I finish Act 2 in like a minute. But we're still a full zone behind. I know, but how do you get the spirit for it? I have a scepter. I have an omen scepter. So the reason I'm behind, I'm pretty sure just because my Act 1 was a little bit slower. I think my Act 2 was mostly the same speed. But yeah, there's a lot of luck in these runs, so... There's like probably hundreds of different things. Thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of small things even. That change run to run. And essentially all of those things just add up. And sometimes you have a really slow run, sometimes you have a really fast run because of those things. Yeah, my goal at the end of Act 2 is to hit level 28 at a minimum, and I'm hoping to be like close to 29, if not 29. Alright, and we just hit 28 here, so we're a little bit on the low side. But that's okay.
You again. The fool under the hooded one's sway. Do you even know what he is? No matter. You'll find my king far more capable than Count Gianor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end.
So for this boss, I'm thinking about where I'm going to stand so that my twisters bounce off the wall. So I go towards the middle of the arena. So you can see I'm standing in the middle of the arena. I use my entire combo. My twisters bounce off of the wall and hit him twice. And you can phase skip him here, so sometimes you can skip this sandstorm phase. Unfortunately, I got it. I just got unlucky. Nothing I could really do there. So yeah, we just have to like lose around 20 seconds or so to this. Can you show your spear? I'm commentating a video, so no, I can't.
This is not over. Not yet.
So, Jamana is like the only act boss where I wait for the loot. His loot takes, I don't know, less than 10 seconds to drop, so it's like not too bad to wait. Is Geonor phase skip also luck, or is there a trick to it? Ah, no, it's luck. There's no trick.
Who are you, really?
As soon as Geonor takes any amount of damage, he can do a phase skip. He can do the add phase. So, there's nothing you can really do about it.
An end. Oh, that's not.
Yeah, if you do want to see my spear, exclamation mark OnlyFans, 99.99. Does Twister outperform Glacial Cascade enough that even with gear, more gear requirements is always significantly better? Twister is always better, yes. Twister is always better. So those big zombie dudes, whatever they are, they have cold res, so I usually just ignore them. What's your thoughts on grenades versus explosive shot leveling? I think I've never tried explosive shot. I can't really say. I think it's just unnecessary, is my guess. So because we picked up the Lesser Jeweler's Orb in Buried Shrines, you don't actually need to do this. I'm just doing this mostly for, I think, ice-tipped arrows. And here we get a decent ring, nothing crazy, but not bad. Inputs on Abyssal Lich Twisters. Great build, probably a bad league starter.
Pragmatism's all well.
I got a unique glove with freeze build up. Can I use it, or the build already has enough? You don't need any freeze build up for this boss, for this build. Do you think we'll get to kill the Act 5 boss, or will we be kill stolen again? You're gonna get KS'd. I think Spirit Walker is a way better league starter than Abyssal Lich. In Ice Tipped Arrows, I just have Ali Armament and Ali Focus. I think that's it. You know, it's really sad just how much of a joke this game is when you play this build. Like, what is that? That guy didn't stand a chance.
That were a fight for the ages.
I don't even think he got to use a single attack. Like, dude.
Unburdened.
So yeah, for this zone,
Figures in the dark. Best keep me eyes peeled.
For this zone, I don't really have any clue what I'm doing, but they're changing this zone in 0.5 anyways. It should be a lot better in 0.5. I've heard it often as exact opposite of entrance, but sometimes I've had it right next to entrance. Yeah, there's lots of rumors about this zone. None of them are true. If GG does change it, how do you think they will / should balance Twister? They should stop Ice Tipped Arrows from working with Twister. That's it. Primal Thundering is a higher priority in the guide, but you skipped the rush for Dance, which is why I was asking. Oh. You can kind of just do whatever you like. I think it's just up to how you like.
Some odds and ends we found in the night.
She's sharp, that one.
You hear a click.
So yeah, my gear is starting to get pretty low level. So I'm trying to, trans-org some high level bases. Unfortunately, I don't get anything. Yo, Magnas, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you very much. It was 75% of the way to completing the sub goal.
Oh, be careful.
Badass.
Eyes about.
After the build leveling guide, would you go for defensive stats in the passive tree? I am undecided, that's why I don't have an in-game build guide yet. Because I don't know. I have to figure it out. Thank you for the excellent guides and answering questions. I'm glad you're liking the guides. So in this zone, I'm like hugging the right side of the zone to try and find the Azek Bog. And I also find this little cave thing. I'm pretty sure in 0.5 this is going to be like an expedition cave. Where you unlock some sort of expedition thing. So you'll definitely want to be going and doing that.
These Azak give tribal life a bad name.
So for this zone, I'm hugging the top right of the zone. I'm guessing that's going to be the same in 0.5. You just want to hug the top right. Any guesses what support gems will be good with the owl feather skill? That's something I have to think about. I mean, whatever makes it more frequent is probably what you want. Maybe you want duration or something? I don't know exactly how it works. I'll have to have a look.
Now that's wash over us. You? Killing
Do you think spell totems can cast spells that cost ward? Probably not. Would be my guess. So I just got 30 spirit. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can actually do with that yet. Once we do get level 36, we can use the level 10 spirit gem for combat frenzy. Which is basically just going to give us frenzy charges for extra repeats on barrage. I'm pretty sure here I'm like level 32 and a half. All you need to be is like 32 at the end of the zone, so I'm pretty good. What's your late game Emmy that you're looking to run? I haven't had to think about that. I mean, you definitely want plus proj. You probably want energy shield. Probably. Would be my guess. I'll have to have a proper look. So getting spirit on gear is completely useless. Because as you can see, I already have like 1,000,000 free spirit. So I got some spirit on my body armor, but it's completely pointless. Tomorrow we're putting an in-game build together. Today. After I finish the commentary of this run, I'm going to be working on the in-game build. This is going to be like my first time actually making an in-game build, so we'll see how it goes. Oh yeah, the tier list thing, I probably have to do that off stream. Because that's just editing a YouTube video. So I'm probably going to do that off stream. Will this build be evasion based? I mean, now that ward exists, you might actually be able to play an evasion, but I don't know. Why do you skip the Ascendancy pickup? It's just not worth the time. You don't get anything good for it. It's not worth your time. And I hate doing it. Feels like the Twister is shotgunning. No, they're not shotgunning. They just do a lot of damage. That's why you think they're shotgunning. You might also be getting confused about Barrage. So Barrage has repeats. And each of those repeats can do damage. So probably that's what you're getting confused about. Do you stay on only 2 Ascendancy nodes the whole campaign? I go all the way to T15 with only 2 Ascendancy nodes. Does rapid casting speed up Barrage's repeats? No, it just lets you cast it faster. So you don't have to worry about, you know, instead of it taking half a second, maybe it takes 0.45 seconds or whatever. Yeah, I do kind of want to make an evasion only build with like the ward changes, the deflection buffs. I feel like evasion could be pretty fun. So So yeah, this is why we take Thunderous Leap, so that we can leap over this blockage here. And there's some other things throughout the campaign you can do that with as well. Can you pounce that gap? You can. After getting Combat Frenzy, have you considered Inhibitor on Ice Tip to stop it from stealing Frenzies away from Barrage? If you're using Frenzy on Ice Tipped arrows, that's actually not a bad thing. Like, you're getting use out of that as well. Like, having Ice Tipped arrows be on cooldown is really bad, so being able to bypass that with Frenzy charges is actually pretty nice.
Simmer down, you great big pile of rust.
So, entering this next zone... Oh shit, yo, E-Bigs, thank you for the T1. For 6 months. Thank you very much. So yeah, this zone is a level 38 zone. So if we are 33 entering here, we have no XP penalty. Entering this zone at like 32.5 is also pretty fine. So generally what you want to do on this zone is you want to go one side, get the checkpoint, and checkpoint back to the start and go the other way. But because I heard a quest item nearby, I'm trying to look for that quest item. Unfortunately, I run the wrong way. I was on the right side, but I tried going left. So we just chuck that in, and then we're going to checkpoint the back to the start and run the other side. The reason you checkpoint back is because if you try and go across the middle, sometimes it's blocked and you just have to run all the way back to the start anyway. So I just try and play it safe and checkpoint back to the start. Is Short Fuse 1 on Ice Tipped not worth it? In my opinion, no, it's not worth. Are you uploading this to YouTube later? Here I am.
Now to lug this back to the generator.
So yeah, I respawned at checkpoint there after the second soul core, and that just makes the boss instantly spawn when you come back. So yeah, my inventory is completely full, so I set up a portal and then I portal back. Clearing out my inventory, checking for any good defensive items, and potentially a spear. We didn't get anything though.
Here goes.
What spear base are you looking for after War Spear? So after War Spear, it depends how good your War Spear is. If you don't have a very good one, you definitely want to craft a weapon at level 33. If you have a pretty good War Spear, you can go all the way to 46 or 40. So for this run, I think my next spear is a level 40 spear. But crafting a level 46 spear is usually pretty good because you unlock new modifiers at level 46. Is this your new fastest run? So this is a tier 15 run, so we go from level 1 to tier 15. And this is the fastest level 1 to tier 15 run by half an hour. The second fastest run I know of is 4:43. This is a 4:13. Do you qualify it by completing a T15 or just obtaining the Waystone? You have to complete it. That's generally what people say. So in this run I do complete it. But I mean, to be honest, they're the same thing. Like, if you can get to a T15, you can clear the T15, so it doesn't really matter which one you do. But yeah, this one I do go for the clear. How fast do you think run to 0.5 will be? I think when I'm doing runs in the lead up to 1.0, I will be pushing for sub 3 hours. Is the video speed up? No, this is normal speed. You said this run isn't on the fastest initial pace. What made it go that fast? Did you just optimize better at the end, or what changed from your other runs? So in my campaign world record, I skipped a little bit of things, so I ended like a level or two slower, or lower, which meant that my run on the other run was faster, but like I wasn't as high level, right? So like, if you look at both of these runs, this run is probably more impressive as a campaign run, but it's not technically as fast because I did things like Lightless Passage, and I got an extra level also, which sets me up better for T15s. But in terms of like getting campaign done as quickly as possible, it's slightly slower by like a few minutes.
The lake should be all but drained by now. An entire city lost to time. Let's hope that weren't for good reason. She's friendly like.
So here I've still got a level like 1 helmet, so I buy a few helmets hoping for something better. And we don't really get anything too good, but...
Size of this place.
Is there any tips for the T1 to T15 rush? I'll be talking a lot about T1 to T15s when we get the maps for this run. You do Lightless to have the 100% complete, or you actually use the Abyss crafting in the speedrun. I never actually use it in this speedrun, but I would want to do it anyway for a T15 run, because it just makes it so much more likely that you get a good weapon. So here I'm looking for the Molten Vault. Technically, obviously, this isn't like required, but what it helps us with is getting the Reforge bench for reforging maps. So there is a little skip here. So you can go inside of this little ledge and then jump over. And that lets you skip a lever You probably save a good like 20 seconds or something there. Whenever you pull off skips like that, it feels so good, eh? Like every time I get up to that skip, I can just feel the excitement of the efficiency. So good. So if this was a league start, I would ascend around the time when I get my level 65 weapon.
Death wish or what?
So here I'm like angling myself so that the twisters bounce between the walls. And you know, when you do that, that's what happens. I think he lasted like 5 seconds or something. Do you gambit in the run? Yeah, I actually tried to gambit for a helmet like 5 minutes ago or something. And keep in mind, this is with a level 21 spear. So I never actually crafted a level 33 spear. Like, this isn't particularly insane gear or anything. So, the only thing that I'm really worried about at this point is my level. So we're currently in a level 40 zone, which means to get no penalty, we want level 35. The next zone is going to be level 41, I think. So we want to be 36 at least entering that next zone. And basically by the end of Act 4, you want to be like 39-ish. Around there. Why not gambit a spear? Too low chance of winning. I already have a good spear. Like, my spear's already good enough.
The stench of this place. It's a wonder I'm still standing.
So yeah, the zone's 41, so we want to be like 36 at least. When entering. One thing I do want to mention about the clearing with Whirling Slash and Twisters is the amount of Whirling Slashes you do depends on how strong your gear is. You basically want to do as many whirling slashes as it takes to one-shot the mobs. Here I do a misclick and I exit the game. Oops. Luckily, it doesn't matter too much. I think we just lose like a good 15 seconds or something. 10 seconds. But yeah, the reason I logged out there is because I tripped. So whenever you trip, if you're gonna die, you want to log out, log in, and you'll be standing up. What is the combo? The important thing is that you have Ice Tipped up, Barrage up, and Warbanner, and Freezing Mark up. All of them up when you use Twister. So here I like mispositioned, mistimed my dodge roll, and so I died. But yeah, the important thing is that you just have everything up when you use Twister. That's all that matters. So you want to make sure you probably want to do Ice Tipped arrows first because that lasts the longest. You probably want to do then Barrage or Warbanner. And then, basically, make sure you have all of them up when you use Twister.
In we go.
Till next time.
So for this zone, the exit is usually in the opposite of the start. So I'm basically just going straight out of the exit, or straight out of the entrance to the opposite side. And here we're looking for the crack in the floor, which is there, and we just jump over that. And that means the exit is going to be right over here. So here I actually get 2 Broad Spears. So Broad Spear is an extremely strong base for its level. And we got one with 66% IPD. So I'm basically holding on to that, hoping that I find something like an Essence of Abrasion. If I did find an Essence of Abrasion, that would basically be my GG endgame weapon. So here I'm thinking about regaling one of these weapons, but I go against it. And I'm basically just waiting until I hit level 40 before I actually craft those out. So at this point, my level is kinda on the low-ish side. I think I'm level 37 here. So we're getting a small EXP penalty. And basically over the next couple of zones, the zone level is going to keep going up. But because there's not many mobs in those zones, our level isn't going to be going up as much. Which means we're probably going to be quite far behind the EXP penalty threshold in a couple of zones. So basically, just to prepare for that, I'm killing everything I see.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Don't worry,
was all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated the gate? Which one of you is a Valblood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva Valai, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Yeah, one more thing to mention is that
Bring her to Dorian.
I am high enough level now to like use combat frenzy and upgrade my gems, but I think I don't have enough dexterity, and that's why I didn't do that. This build is like very attribute heavy because you need intelligence for freezing mark, you need strength for your spear, and then you need dexterity for your gems. So it's like very attribute heavy build. So sometimes you're just not even going to have the attributes to level up your gems, but that's fine. Who needs to upgrade your gems when you're like one-shotting everything, right? So yeah, usually I would skip these mobs, but because I'm, you know, quite under-leveled, I'm killing both of those rears. So we just hit 38. This next zone is going to be 44, which means we're going to be 6 levels under, so we're getting just under a 10% XP penalty. But the zone after that is going to be 45. And then we would be 7 levels under, so we would have a pretty big XP penalty then. Which is why I'm really focusing on killing all of these mobs. So you may see me leaving, you know, some mobs behind, but because we have ice-tipped arrows, most of those mobs that I'm leaving behind are actually dying. We just can't see them die because they're off-screen when they die.
I pity these folk. Death's hot on their heels, and they haven't a clue. The wind howls.
So yeah, we've got Combat Frenzy up and running now, actually. So now we have Frenzy charges for Barrage, which means we are doing a shit ton of repeats whenever we use Barrage. And I'm really focusing on killing the Goliaths here, because we still need the Sacrificial Heart. And I actually get a spear here with attack speed. It has 1.84 attacks per second, and my current one only has 1.82. So I'm holding on to that for when I do hit level 45.
What were the ancestors thinking, welcoming the Val? Spirit, forgive me.
So here, you basically respawn at checkpoint as soon as you get the notification in the chat that you got the points. And that just lets you instantly teleport back to the checkpoint and skip the end of the animation.
Without this statue.
I see. No mercy then. Kill her on sight.
Touch one hair on Alva's head, and it'll be the last thing you do. Aye. Were it magical
Fool! There is no time for this. Atziri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault.
I wanted to ask, do you still get the effects from the Deadeye Ascendancy related to Frenzy charges if you use the Resonance Keystone? I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what the Deadeye Frenzy charge thing is. I haven't looked at Deadeye.
Persist. I will do with her what I must. So,
So here we freeze the boss, and this is important because you want to get him to half HP before he summons his laser thingy in the middle, like the spinning laser, and that saves you around 20 seconds or so.
You know why we're here! It happened! It cannot be stopped!
Halfway to tier 15s already. Yep, we're officially at the halfway point. Over halfway to tier 15s. End of Act 3 fighting Doriani. It's wild. So in that loading screen, you can actually move while you're loading. So I hold the W and D keys to move northeast towards Doriani. And that means, you know, once the loading screen disappears, I am instantly able to click him.
How can I? It's because.
So here I click on Doriani, then I dodge roll. Basically to skip all of his dialogues. Here you don't want to dodge roll because you have to pick up the boat charter. If you miss the boat charter, then your run is completely cooked.
Your business. Full sail.
Do you think Scepter value is better than Dance with Death? Well, we have the Scepter on weapon set 2. So we're only losing the skill speed for Twister. We still have the skill speed for Barrage and Whirling Slash. Is it worth? I honestly don't know. I don't think it really matters what you do because it's such a small difference. Grim Burton, thank you for the prime. So here I hit level 40. I want to hurry up and swap over to my new spear, so I exalt this and I hit flat fizz and then a decent lightning mod. So I already know that like I'm going to be using this weapon all the way into maps. And then right after I get an Essence of Thawing, which I'm going to be using on something, not sure yet. How do you move through the act so fast? I have a video explaining exactly how. It's on my YouTube.
Yes, where to? Here we are.
We've arrived. Be wary here. Okay, good luck then.
Almost a challenge.
They're mining the sulfide. Wonder why?
this. This here's man-made.
The one thing I should probably mention, we did the beast pin there for a support, level 4 support gem. We're going to use that on rapid attacks too for our whirling slash. Another thing I also want to mention that I didn't mention was we did Kedge Bay first and went to Journey's End. But we didn't actually do the Journey's End boss because he is a cold resistant boss and he's very tanky. So I usually come back to him later when I'm stronger. He one-shots you and it's a very tanky boss, so like generally I don't do him at the start. I just come back. So the reason I'm doing the blind beast here is because I need a greater rune for my weapon. My weapon currently doesn't have any rune in it, so any greater rune I can put in is going to be a huge boost.
I'm sweating through layers I didn't know I had.
So here I'm trying to find the golems that give a guaranteed ruby or topaz ring. Unfortunately I like slightly misread the layout and miss it a little bit. So the way we're getting frenzy charges is from combat frenzy. Combat frenzy gives you a frenzy charge whenever you freeze an enemy. If not speedrunning, would you recommend fishing for a trail of ice beast? No. I've never tried it, but I wouldn't do that. What do you think about my inventory tech? I put my wisdom, transmute, regal exalt on the second row. Sounds okay. I don't understand the advantage, but that's good. So here, I think I go for a topaz ring. I don't have any lightning res, so I kill the lightning golem last. Hey bro, is the POB for the in-game will be for all before the release, or will be paid only? I'm trying really hard not to do a meme right now. It's gonna be free.
Go make some legends.
So yeah, that golem that drops the ring, The ring is like weighted to have good modifiers. I don't know exactly how it works. All I know is that it has some sort of weighting to make it really good. I don't know what they did, but it's like almost always insane.
Here we are. This island looks nice. Beautiful. Oh.
Hey bro, will there be a tiered paywall for each act in the Mobalytics guide? Yeah, there's gonna be tiered paywalls. Can I pay for the guide with Bitcoin? No. So one unique that I'm really looking forward for this build in 0.5 is Tangle Tongue. So Tangle Tongue, when you can upgrade it with like the new expedition thing, I think is going to be one of the best uniques in the game. Like Tangle Tongue is already a usable in-game unique, and you're going to be able to upgrade it to get even more damage. It's going to be one of the strongest uniques, in my opinion. So I plan on doing like a Tangle Tongue Wake of Destruction crit build. Is Tangle Tongue a Kalgurin unique? Wait, does it have to be a Kalgurin unique? No, it doesn't? Yeah. Yeah, so Tangle Tongue is going to be one of the best uniques in the game, in my opinion. Like, it's going to be insanely good. So here I'm looking for the Humming Pearl, which you can trade to Rog for a Pearl Amulet, which has all resistances. Generally, you're probably going to use that all the way to maps, maybe even all the way to T15s, depending on your RNG. Respawning at checkpoint here to quickly get back to the checkpoint, saving a couple of seconds. Does Blink count as Zod roll? I'm not actually sure. We'll have to see, I guess. I'm not sure. I've dropped Wake of Destruction boots in one of my runs. What do you think about it? I think it's probably like pretty nice. Yeah, I think if you get it, it's like, you know, pretty nice, but like I think it's mostly for the lightning damage to attacks. Like if you're already running Ice Tipped Arrows Frost Nexus, I mean, I guess you could drop the Frost Nexus support gem then. It's like, yeah, I guess it would be a noticeable damage upgrade. It's probably like a support gem worth of an upgrade. So here I am getting my rage, I'm getting my war banner, and then unleashing all of my attacks as soon as I get all of that. The reason I like stack up my rage and my war banner before attacking is just to make sure that I can do the phase skip.
Good day.
Looks like the sort of place no one walks out of. Pretty
So yeah, I swap over that new ring just for the life and the rarity. It has a little bit less resistances, but I think the life and the rarity is worth it.
might come in handy.
So because I am trying to adhere to a league start, getting all passives, we have to do the chapel. So if you wanted the chapel key, you have to get it from one of the necromancers, but we already got it, so we're just looking for it now at this point. We did find an exile, a rogue exile. I don't know where it is, so I'm kind of just ignoring it at the moment. At this point, I see it's on the right, where it's like behind a wall, so I just ignore him.
Spent their last breath on ground.
Rogue exiles are like insanely good for loot, so if you do find a rogue exile, you almost definitely want to do him. But I want to avoid backtracking, so I skipped him. But then it turns out that we had to come back for him anyways, so it's like we get to kill him for free. And, you know, we get a couple of rares, a bunch of jewelry. The Mobilitics Guide has Wind Dancer, but I should drop it for the Frenzy charges. Yeah, I need to upgrade the Mobilitics Guide. I'll do that now, actually. So this next zone is extremely awkward. Whenever the ocean appears, some of the monsters have like 80% damage reduction. So generally what I do is I just run past everything. So as you can see me here, running past basically every mob. That's because those mobs have like 80% damage reduction. Mapping to T15, is it worth running Wind Dancer instead of War Banner? I think it's personal preference. So there we pick up a Divine Orb. You may think that Divine Orbs are pretty useless in speedruns. But if you have a look at my weapon, I think in around 5-6 minutes, I actually use that Divine Orb on my weapon. Because the affixes of the prefixes of my weapon have pretty low rolls. I think it has like 66 IPD and it can be like 66 to 84. And then it has like 36 lightning damage and it could roll up to 52. But I don't realize that until later on. So later on I'll be using that Divine Orb on my weapon.
Whoever built this weren't taking any chances.
When you're practicing speedruns, do you run all the way to maps, or one day Act 1 and another day Act 2? I usually do full runs, so like I don't break them up across days usually. Can Pounce be used to do the same jumps as shortcuts? Generally yes.
too. This is as close as we can get. Batten down the hatch.
So here I do a little misclick. I should have just gone straight to Strike Island, but I misclicked on Erastus. So I'd lost like 10 seconds-ish there. How do you gear up so optimally while speedrunning? When you enter early maps, do you have defensive stats set up as well? My defenses when I enter maps are pretty low. They're not like completely zero, but they're far from great. Like, they're pretty bad. You kind of have to use all of your resources on damage, otherwise you won't have enough damage to kill the mobs. How do you keep up with the level? I know what level I have to be in basically every zone, and I kill the amount of monsters that I need to accordingly. Will the stream be paywalled on League Start? We're going to have a sub-goal. So I've got a sub-goal of 750 at the moment. If we reach that sub-goal, then it will be paid only.
More time. More questions without answer.
Just to be clear, that's a meme. It's not actually going to be paid. It's not going to be I'm memeing. How many subs to make a plant druid 0.5 build? 200 subs. So we're just at 45. I'm pretty sure I have a spear in my inventory that has more attack speed, I think. So if I remember to swap over to that, then we'll get a little bit more attack speed. Or maybe I just completely forgot about it and vended it. So 100 subs for feet picks, but 200 for druid build. Well, it's a lot easier to take a picture of my foot, or my feet, than it is to make an in-game 0.5 druid build. Are the plants builds good? They're okay.
You'll make a fine trophy.
So as soon as you kill this guy, you have to talk to Matiki, and then you want to return to ship and talk to Makoru, and go straight to Eye of Hinekora.
Martiki is already gone inside the ark. You just can't help it.
Now there's a
So here
breath away.
I'm looking at my gear, I'm thinking, what can I use this Divine Orb on? And I quickly have a look at my weapon and I see it can roll 65 to 84 IPD and it has 66. And then it can roll 36 to 52 lightning damage and it has 36. And then I figured that out and I'm like, okay, I'm going to Divine Orb that. It doesn't get much better because we get super unlucky. But that's my thought process there.
Their spirits linger, same as their strength.
Now we test your mettle. Rise, warriors of Nama.
Do you think the Monk Twisters is viable to tier 15 or is it a meme? You can play Twisters to anything on Monk. You can do all the content in the entire game on any class if you're playing Twisters. You can do you can clear the hardest content in the entire game playing literally any class, unascended, if you're playing Twisters. Twisters are so good you probably don't even need passive points. You could play an unascended warrior without items equipped. As long as you're using Twisters, you'll get through it. I want to play martial artist, but I don't really like Hollow Palm. Yeah, 100% you should play Twisters then. So in here you can pick up a chest that has a guaranteed spirit gem. We don't actually need the spirit gem, but sometimes it has other useful loot. Do you have an in-game build for this? Not yet. I am going to make one.
Passaleo smiles upon your fluidity.
The ancestors see you. You are welcome in our halls of the dead.
These ancestors talk more than the spirit ever did.
So here for the mana, you want to click on the thingy and then you want to set up your respawn. And then respawn at checkpoint as soon as you see 5% increased maximum mana appear in the chat. But to do that, you do have to have pausing disabled.
Banished from here on mountain, but welcome here. Funny that.
Where do you make the in-game .build file? I have no idea. Currently, nowhere. Is Twister beginner friendly? It has a lot of buttons. If you're okay with pressing a lot of buttons and like watching my build guide or reading my build guide, then you'll be able to do it, I think. It's definitely not the most simple build in the entire game though. So we're 2.5 hours into the run, which means we have about an hour and a half left. And we'll be at T15s. We're not even in interludes yet. So, something I had been doing in previous runs was finishing the entire campaign, including interludes, and then doing Journey's End. But this run I had a pretty good weapon, so I felt like I could kill the boss pretty safely. So actually, after I offend Nakora, I go back to Journey's End. And basically what this lets me do is it improves my XP a lot. So I think right now I'm level 45 or 46. But after I do Journey's End, I'm going to be like a level higher. And that just means I'm going to be not getting an EXP penalty in the next zone. So usually when you enter the next zone, you have like a 20% EXP penalty. But because I do Journey's End, I basically get an extra level and then we avoid that EXP penalty.
I would speak with you. Consider the finest available. I'll gladly take that.
So here I'm just going back to town, vendoring everything, grabbing the new amulet. And then I make my way to Journey's End. For the reason that I was talking about earlier.
That fuse is lit.
You could probably hide Regal Shards in your filter. Yeah, that's 100%. I will be fixing that. So yeah, this guy will one-shot you with like multiple different attacks. So I'm trying to be very careful here. That attack right there is a one-shot that he just did there. And then I'm just going back to Journey's End and doing the Delirium for the passives. Your filter has barriers hidden? Yeah, my filter has barriers hidden. So there I go back to the town to talk to the hooded one. And the reason for that is just because you have to progress the quest state. And then I just make my way to Erastus.
Where to? Move out! Lower the anchor. They seem friendly enough. They smile, but hold weapons. I trust neither. Have you
So here I didn't talk to the NPC, that's a mistake. I was banning some guy in chat because he was like asking the same question multiple times. He was annoying. It's like I wasn't paying attention, I was banning some dude. Got minus 5 seconds.
Where's that preacher got to? And who's making that noise?
aware of your activities. Let her go. It matters.
So yeah, if you're open my Twitch chat, be careful about asking the same question like 3 times. You will get banned. And you will not get unbanned. What was he asking? I can't remember. But whatever it was annoying. And he asked it multiple times. So in case you somehow still don't know this, there are 3 guaranteed exalted orbs in this chest from this bell. And there's 3 guaranteed regal orbs in another bell.
Strange.
And the like right next to this one. But I don't really care about regal orbs, so I just run past them. Regal orbs are pretty useless. I mean, not useless, but they don't have much value on league start. And I don't think I'm gonna need any regal orbs for the rest of this run, because I already have 3. So I just straight up ignore them.
I've not seen signs like this before.
So this boss is very difficult to do right. So he has these priests which buff him with certain buffs. The guy on the right gives him massive damage reduction. The guy on the left gives him ailment immunity. So if you don't one-shot him, the fight becomes a lot longer. Because if he gets ailment immunity, you can't freeze, which means no chilled ground, which means you lose a bunch of damage. And if he has the damage reduction guy up, you're going to be doing no damage as well. So ideally, you one-shot him before he even gets the buffs from the priests. As I did there. How many times have you done the campaign, you think? Hundreds of times, probably. So in this zone, the excavation is a guaranteed shrine. You pretty much always want to pick this up. If you don't find it, it's no big deal. But if you do find it, 100% pick it up. You can get like EXP shrines, which will double your EXP, which are absolutely insane. You can also get like acceleration shrine as well. Do you use the map to figure out which direction to go in some zones? Yeah, I always do. That's why I always have the map open. For speedrunning records, do you have to full clear the acts, or is it just based on when you kill final bosses? It depends. So like, nobody actually submits world records to anything. There's speedrun.com, but no one has submitted a single record there in like half a year. Mainly because the formats are garbage. So we kind of have like this loose definition of what a speedrun is. And generally, like, people who are good at the game consider that to be like, you know, you have to do every passive. And you have to be like a decent level. So I think I end this run at level 76 with every passive. So it's like, you're basically just trying to adhere as much as possible to a league start. In general.
Your time is shorter than you think.
So yeah, this technically isn't like a world record on a leaderboard or anything. But it's the fastest tier 15 time I've ever heard of anyone ever getting. So
Wait, I know where they're keeping the beast. Orith, they're in Orith. Please, please forgive me, Makoru, please.
Treason is unforgivable.
Wait, no.
is there any reason your map overlay has full transparency? There are some things that you can't see unless you have the landscape transparency showing.
These murals
So if you have that like
depict the wind.
disabled, then there'll be some things that you can't see.
Who made these?
The ones that came before. Older than the oldest stories.
Spirit led me true. This is the place.
You done well. This feels oddly familiar. This will take most of my strength. Stand back.
Can you ask GGG to nerf Ice Shot? But Ice Shot is garbage compared to this. Why do we care if GGG is nerfing Ice Shot? Anyone playing Ice Shot is gonna have such a shit league start compared to this.
Where to? Coming.
I am talking specifically about a league start though. Like, if you're on like day 3, I mean Ice Shot's probably pretty good.
Spirit's breath. Am I
But
right?
day 1 for a league start, nothing even comes close to this build. Nothing comes even close.
Tavokai might be off his rocker. Aye. Strong.
I'm pretty confident that the single target of this build is good in endgame. I mean, I can delete map bosses in like less than 10 seconds with gear that I found in 4 hours. Like, if that's not crazy, then I don't know what is. So here we're looking for the Greater Jeweler's Orb from the League mechanic. Very important, it's your first guaranteed Greater Jeweler's Orb, which we're going to put on Twister for Ice Bite 2, which will be replaced by Projectile Acceleration 3 when we get a tier 5 support gem.
What is this?
This ain't the work of a warrior. This is madness.
So it looks like we're gonna finish Act 4 at around like 256-ish. Quick question, does it matter if Barrage is tied to weapon set 1 or 2? You want to put Barrage on the same weapon set as Whirling Slash that has 25% more skill speed. It's you get 25% more skill speed if it's on weapon set 1, so... So here we get a Winged Spear. I trans-org it for 21% attack speed, which is absolutely insane. I think I just got like 13, 14, 15% more attack speed or something. Which is absolutely huge. So basically, once you have a Winged Spear with attack speed, you don't really care about any other modifiers, from my understanding. All you really need is that attack speed. Everything else is kinda irrelevant. You can see our attack speed is like already pretty crazy, right? I don't know exactly what our use time for Whirling Slash is, but it must be very, very low.
Need to get after him.
This outsider challenges our way. Aid me, ancestors. Let them know the might of the Karui. I am the true Nakurama.
So here I regal my weapon because chat was telling me to regal my weapon. I don't even know what I was looking for here. Chat was just saying to regal it, so I regaled it. I think that was just a waste of a regal, but life goes on.
I have done in your honor. So be it. I will save my people myself.
So here I'm just looking at like what can I exalt. And I've actually come to the conclusion that nothing is really worth exalting. So I just pass up. Yeah, make sure you don't blink or you will miss the boss fight.
Can you heal her? I believe so, but we have to move quickly. You must relinquish the weapon.
I'm going to be playing Spirit Walker Twister on League Start. Updated patch notes? Yeah, so the patch notes were updated, I don't know, 30 minutes ago or something. Twister's actually got buffed. Yeah. Yeah, they buffed Twisters. Who did this run? This is me. This is my run. Now I'm just baiting you, chat. They didn't buff Twisters. Twisters are unchanged. You guys got baited. Question, is base attack speed or percent attack speed better? The only thing that matters is the number of attacks per second that your weapon has. For your Whirling Slash weapon set. That's all that matters. So I pick up that two-handed mace because it has quality, and I need blacksmith whetstones for my weapon. Do you think it would be beneficial to run twisters for campaign, then transition to ice shot in endgame? I think it would be beneficial if you just played twisters in campaign, and then for early maps, and then for mid maps. And then maybe by like day 3, day 4, then swap the ice shot when you have like mirror tier gear. Okay, so I want to mention my level real quick. So I just reached level 50. And this zone is level 54, which means we are like giga high level. So our time is pretty sad at the moment. It's 2:59. We just entered Interlude 3. But our level is so high, so it's actually not too bad. I'm hoping to finish the campaign at like at least 57. I think I actually finished it at 58. So we're like really, really good on XP. At the end of the campaign. What is your top 3 favorite movies? The movie that your mum sent to me was pretty good. I like that one. Please put that in the YouTube vid. Oh, this commentary is being unedited. It's in the YouTube vid. It's in the YouTube vid. Where's the guide for after Act 3? The guide... Do people not know what plus means? In the guide it says Act 3 plus. Like, do I need to type like Act 3 to interludes for you guys? Yeah, it's payable. You can't read it unless you pay. You have to be a subscriber on my OnlyFans. Where do I find your complete build for Huntress? Exclamation mark build. So here I salvage the two-handed mace and we get some whetstones for our weapon. What order should we do the interludes? You can either do 3-2-1 or 2-3-1, depending on how you feel. Or depending on your build. Generally, you probably just want to do 3-2-1.
felt cold like this since I left the rain.
The reason you do Interlude 1 last is because it's the easiest interlude. If you want to know more about the campaign ordering of zones, go check out my guides. It's in the EXP guide. We don't start using the weapon set points until Act 2. There are scenarios where you want to start doing it in Act 1. But those scenarios are pretty rare, I would say. You went up 230s. Congrats on the run. It's a pretty good run. Thank you, thank you.
Spirit's breath. Thought I'd
I'm surprised that I did such a good run so quickly. Like 413 after only like a few days of doing like a couple runs a day or like a day, one run a day. Pretty good. Many mistakes though. Like a good player would be able to do sub 4. Many mistakes. I'm hoping that next league my campaign runs are down to like 3 hours. And then obviously the in-game is completely changing, but so here I honestly thought I was gonna live. But I didn't, so I just ended up dying. So yeah, I did that unique strongbox there for some jewels. I think I got one okay jewel that has like one mod on it. But overall, not too great. Is this run using 9L filter? I have no idea what that is, 9L. Will you be playing trade or SSF? I'll be playing trade. Guy that dies doesn't want people to know that the cold playlist is the secret to a fast run. That's the strategy to a fast run, by the way, is to do the same thing every single day. You've got to have a routine. Does the Steel Mage's ult account? For legal reasons, no. Any plans on a warrior leveling video, or is it simply way too ass? Yeah, I'm not playing warrior. I'm not doing any warrior stuff.
Listen up! The time of the sparrow has come.
So these bosses are also pretty rippy. You need to make sure to kill Zelina first, because if you don't, she can use like this bleed attack that will like almost one-shot you. But if you just kill them, then they can't kill you, so you probably just want to do that.
Oriani and I. Here we are again.
How do you do the freezing ground? You'll want to check out my Twister Huntress leveling build guide on YouTube. It explains everything about the build. If you watch the build guide and you read the build guide on Mobalytics and you still have a question, please ask me. I want to do a tier list video in the coming days, but I can't stream and edit videos at the same time, unfortunately.
I've enough in my pack already.
So yeah, we start with those two bosses on the right, and we grab the passive points, and then we TP back to town, we talk to Risu, we pick up the passives, and then we go straight north. So we go northeast, and then from here we just go straight north, and we are going to find the 5% increased maximum life passive. Yo, Captain Nerdon, thank you for the prime.
Big bastard.
Have you considered cloning yourself? No, I haven't. I have not. So yeah, after that 5% life objective, we go to the left, we hug the wall, we go to the Galai Gates, we grab the waypoint, we go back to the Kari Crossing, and then we keep hugging the wall until we find the Pools of Katal. And basically, that's just the most optimal pathing for this area. That's why we do that. The two bosses here are useless. We killed those, and then we went back to town to grab passive points. That's what that was. Can you also add when to craft weapons on Mobalytics? No. That's only in the YouTube video. It's just gonna make the Mobalytics guide like too cluttered, I think. Do you think doing the league mechanic every zone is a good idea next league? In general, I think you should just do the league mechanic if you find it. I wouldn't go out of my way to find it, usually. Yo, Mr. Mega X, thank you for the raid.
Serpent clan ain't subtle. Place is smashed to bits.
But yeah, my strategy for the league mechanic is to just do it if I see it, basically. That's my plan. Have you seen Coldplay live? I have not. Last time they were in my city, I didn't have enough money to buy a ticket, so... Yeah, in the Buried Shrines and Nakano, you definitely want to go out of your way. Yeah, unfortunately, Coldplay is of the same opinion of me that paywalling your service is okay. So yeah, I wasn't able to go. What Atlas mechanic is good to focus on in the new league? You definitely want to focus on Abyss, I think. Although I'm not actually sure how good Abyss is with like the recent changes in the patch notes. But you definitely want to do Breach. I think Ritual... I mean, you kind of just want to do anything. Like, it all has its own rewards. You know what I mean? Like, I think Breach and Ritual are going to be pretty sweet. Has Gilo showed his recent times? The last thing I heard from Gilo is that he did a 4:43. But I don't think he had a video of that. So here in this zone, I'm basically just hugging the right side wall. And then continuing to hug until I find the passive. And I usually go for cooldown recovery here. Because you actually do end up having problems with cooldown recovery for Ice Tipped Arrows when you get a lot of attack speed.
Seven statues. Reckon these Marikath need to learn some other old strength. Made new.
Make haste.
What class is this? Can Monk play this as a starter? Yeah, this is Huntress. You can play this as a Monk. We're playing Twisters. I even have a Molo's Guide for Monk for this build. So I'm not sure about farming Ritual. Like, farming Ritual on a league start seems so risky. Like, what if you just farm that for like 5 hours and you don't get any good uniques, you know? It seems like so risky to me. I feel like it's better to go for stuff that like gets you good early game gear. What drops from the ritual boss? What did they add? What's the new unique? I feel like you might even want to do Delirium for the Righteous Fire Staff, which is literally build enabling.
Your interruption changes nothing. My reign begins now.
So yeah, for this boss, I'm positioning him so that he's like in the corner there, so that my twisters bounce off the wall and hit him twice. Any timeline on in-game build V1? After I finish the commentary for this video, I'm going to have a look at the in-game build. Does your Wyvern Druid work any good anymore after the patch notes? It got slightly nerfed, it's not like super amazing anymore. But I'm pretty sure it's still fine to play. But I haven't like done the math, but I'm pretty sure it's still fine. Do the whirlwinds follow you as you do the 3 attacks? Yeah, they do. Will Fubgun get currency mogged this league? Wait, what does that mean?
This year's that did it. Summit stirs.
The Twisted Chads will mog the Ice Shot Chuds? I mean, I'm just saying, anyone playing Ice Shot instead of Twister for a league starter is... yikes. Let me put it this way. I've played Ice Shot, and I've played Twisters. I can get to T15 on Twisters the same amount of time I can complete the campaign on Ice Shot. And Ice Shot Sniper got nerfed, right? So it's even worse than 0.5. Like, it's not even close. Like, the build... For a league starter, the build power is not even close. Alright, so at this point, I'm like giga confused. I'm like, where the hell is the last stone? I thought it would be in this corner on the right, but apparently it wasn't. It turns out it was right on the north. Ice shot more like ice shit. True. True. It's not even easier to play than Twisters, because you have to like time the snipe. Like not even easier to play. It has like the same amount of buttons as well. It really just doesn't have any advantage except for like when you're in the Giga endgame, it's probably better. Do you think you can do the campaign when the season starts under 3 hours now? No. It's going to be slower. Because there's a bunch of new stuff. What do you rank EDC and Plant as a league starter? So if Twister is S tier in its own tier, the second best build, which is probably Plants. So, you know, Plants would be the next best, I think. So that would be like A tier. EDC would be right in there as well in A tier. Ice Shot is probably as a league starter in between like B and A, I want to say. Maybe even A tier. But don't let it deceive you. Just because Ice Shot is in A tier doesn't mean it's close to Twisters. Twister is in a league of its own. It's not even close. For a league starter. How big of a nerf is removal of Shocking Induction 2? It's a pretty big nerf for mapping, early mapping. Obviously it doesn't make any difference for campaign, but like, you just lose like 50% shock now, which is really rough for early maps. How about in-game? Is Twister good anymore? I'm pretty sure for in-game Twister is really good. Okay, so I just want to talk about the gear I just got for a second. So we just got a body armor with like life, evasion, and we desecrated it. That body armor ends up being like my GG in-game body armor. I use that throughout the whole run once I get high enough level. Super good body armor. I never actually opened the desecrate because I just don't really have the time. Where would you place Grenade Merc on your tier list? Probably in B tier. You'd buy all of those greater runes and sell them in a league start? Well, the runes that I left there were all garbage ones. So I don't think so. So I think at this point we have charged Mark. So we got charged Mark on freezing Mark, and basically what that lets us do is get guaranteed shock. So whenever we activate freezing Mark, we get shocked ground, which is just a free 20% shock. So this zone is giga rippy. So basically I'm just killing everything before it even comes close to me. What was that you said that gives shock ground on freezing mark? We have charged mark. It's a support gem that you put on freezing mark, a tier 5 support gem. How much DPS you got on Twister? I'm not sure. I think I'm about to hit level 58, so our level is super good. So we get around a 3.5 campaign clear at level 58 with every passive. Every, we have Lightless Passage, we have Molten Vault, we have One Ascend. Our gear is like pretty good in terms of offense. So we're 100% completely set up to go into maps and just blast. And we literally only have less than 45 minutes to go on the run. So here I pair these guys up so that I can hit both of them at the same time. Waiting for the loot, picking up the loot, and getting out of there. After you kill those guys, you have to talk to Renly. After you talk to Renly, you want to go back to Act 4 and talk to the Hooded one. And he's going to give you your 2 passives. You have to use the book before you can go to Oriath. So I'm going to talk to the Hooded one, grab the book. I like misclicked on my weapon here. Yeah, you have to use the book and then you can go to Oriath. And from here we're just blasting maps. So the strategy for maps is you want to take the map from Doriani. After you take the map from Doriani, you want to reforge your maps until you can get a tier 2 map or maybe even a tier 3 map if you have enough. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm going to the reforge bench, putting in my T1 maps to get a T2. And then we're just going to pop in that T2 into the map device. And we're essentially just going straight to any maps that have powerful map boss. So I can already see a powerful map boss on the bottom left there. So I go towards the left, so I can make my way over there. Transmute orging my map, because of just like more chance at getting maps and like more loot. And there's not really any downside at this point, so we do that. And the goal here is just to rush to the boss as fast as possible. So I'm kind of just killing mobs as I see them, not really worrying if they die. I'm just going straight to wherever I think the boss is. There is a couple of things I need to do while I'm in maps so that I can, smoothly get to D15s. And that is crafting a weapon. So I'm looking for basically any weapon base. The most important thing is the affixes of the weapon at this point, as long as it's like a high level base. So a Helix Spear is a level 65 weapon, so I got one of those with like 90 lightning damage, which is a big upgrade if we get like an Essence of Flames or something like that. That is going to give us a weapon good enough to just go straight into D15s. My weapon right now is like a level 40 weapon that we got back in Act 4. So like it's kind of starting to get a little bit low. It's like 20 levels low at this point. So we are kind of really wanting that weapon. After we do the first map, we're going back to Hideout. That's just because our Hideout has a nicer layout. Our stash and the NPC are right next to the map device. So we don't have to walk to like open our stash or talk to the NPC. So after that first map, we're just continuing on to the powerful map boss. Cleaning up my inventory because like half of my inventory is filled with random junk. And just getting into the map straight away. The most important thing you can do is get the hell out of the hideout. It's like the most important thing. So we see the league mechanic here. We don't care about league mechanics. They don't even give rewards anymore. So, I just got a question. Could you not just buy all maps from Doriani and get a tier 3 right away? Now, you could do that, but it would take a lot of gold. I probably should have done that, to be honest. But my thought process at the time was that if at some point a boss doesn't give me a map back, then I'm just not going to have enough gold to buy a map, and I'm like completely cooked. That thought process was probably wrong, but that's like why I didn't do it. I probably should have just bought a map and started with a T3. Yeah, I really don't care about anything other than getting to the boss and like killing the occasional mob to get some XP so that I can equip my level 65 weapon later. So you can see that like there's a timer on the bottom right. That timer on the bottom right tells you how long I've been in the map. So like these past couple of maps, I've been inside for like less than a minute. And basically the rate at which you can progress to tier 15 is based on how quickly you can complete each map. Because all that matters is completing powerful map boss areas and getting +1s from that. So here I'm just looking for powerful map boss, chucking in my highest available tier. And after we complete this map, we should, in theory, get a tier 3. Because we put in a tier 2 and it's a powerful map boss, we get +1. So I actually didn't pay to... I actually haven't done many tier 15 runs, so like... I couldn't actually remember 100% what my passive tree was at this point. So I'm kind of just messing around on my passive tree and just doing what I think is right in the moment. For tier 5 support gems, we've already started to pick up like Rapid Attacks 3 and Rage 3. Projectile Acceleration 3. And Charge Mark. All of those super important. Like super, super important. So there we get our tier, what was that, 3 map? I'm picking up a bunch of random trash items just to vendor for gold. Very important that you have gold for buying maps. I take out some alks and Valobs from my stash. Later on, I'm going to be alking my maps, probably. And I need Valobs for things like essences. So if you find an essence, like a useless greater essence, you can Val it and hope for a different essence. And you can also, like, you know, go for a perfect essence as well. So there I dropped the rare gloves on the ground because they were trash. And then I realized that, oh, I should probably just sell these for gold. So that's like why I dropped them and then picked them back up. I opened the strong box, but I don't really care about XP. I just need to get to the boss as fast as possible. So we're already level 60. So 3 hours, 38 minutes, we hit level 60. Basically, as soon as we hit 65, we're going to have the majority of our power boosts, like from our weapon upgrade. I think my hero device might actually be disabled. Like, maybe I don't have enough intelligence or something. It looks like it's not working. Not sure why. So this next map that we do should put us up to T4.
Gold is useless to me. Take it. Time is of the essence.
So there we get a greater essence of insulation. Obviously super useful for our resists. I don't have any item to use it on though. Okay, so something important just happened there. We got a tier 3 map. So because this is a powerful map boss area, I'm pretty sure that's useless. But if this was a regular tiered map, or sorry, like not a powerful map boss, that would mean that when we finish this map, we would have a tier 3 from the boss, and the tier 3 that we just dropped. And so we would only have to buy 3 maps from the vendor to get another tier 3, and then we could reforge all of those into a tier 4. But that's kind of irrelevant because this is a powerful map boss. The boss is going to drop a tier 4 map, so we can't do that. But if you do get a regular map drop in a non-powerful map boss zone, that means when you go back to town, you only have to buy 3 maps from the vendor to tier up to the next tier. So that puts us at tier 4 maps in, what, 10 minutes? I think we've been mapping for 10 minutes. And we're at tier 4s. Would it potentially be worth saving up maps to go right to T5 then? I don't understand your question. So this is like a giga rippy map for twisters. The boss on this map is like right against the wall, but he's too close to the wall that you actually don't get the double bounce. And he's very anti-melee, so you can't go in melee range. Which means you don't get rage, and you don't get the bonus from retreat. So you're missing like 50% more damage. And he's right against the wall, so you're missing the bounce back. So you literally have like a third of your damage against this guy. Very, very awkward. You have 2 T4s already? No, I only have 1 T4. I only have 1 T4 at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how I died that quickly. That seems like extremely odd to me. How come you rushed to T15? So this is a speedrun that a lot of people care about. So basically that's why we rushed to T15, because we're doing a speedrun. A T15 speedrun. In an actual league, I would probably... I mean, I would still rush T15, but I probably wouldn't go straight for powerful map bosses. I'd probably like make my way to the fortress and do any powerful map bosses along the way, rather than just rushing straight for powerful map boss. But that only makes it easier, so this is like the hardest in-game mapping speedrun you can do. Because you're just rushing to the hardest content as fast as possible. So here I opened the chest. I'm hoping for a map drop there. We didn't get a map drop, but we did get a superior talisman, which I am going to salvage. So on my passive tree, I'm going for cold resistance pin. And that's specifically for bosses like this that have a lot of cold res. So I don't know exactly how much this guy has, but I'm pretty sure he has like close to 50% cold res or something. But yeah, I'm always just thinking like, how can I get more damage? And how can I get a higher map tier? Is basically what I'm thinking. So I picked up a bow with quality. We're going to salvage that for some whetstones. And that puts our weapon up to 20% quality. Putting in the highest tier map I have, so we just put in tier 5 into a powerful map boss. That means this guy is going to drop a tier 6 map. And our weapon is 20 quality now. At this point, I'm like, okay, my ring is probably not going to get replaced by the end of the run, so let's just exalt it. We don't hit anything useful, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm just going straight for the map boss. And even when you go straight for the map boss and you basically skip like half of the mobs, you still end up like, your level is perfectly fine. It's really, really, really difficult to be under-leveled when you're doing this map push. So yeah, like, we end up being like level 70, mid-70s by the end of the run. And T15s are only 79 or 80, so...
Quickly. I will make use of this. Time is of the essence.
So here I go for a map that doesn't have a powerful map boss, so that I can get to another map that does have one. I don't know exactly why I do that. I think it's because I'll be under-leveled if I go up in tiers. So I go for this lower... I like delay the tier increase because I'm going to be getting EXP penalty if the map is too high. I'm pretty sure that's why I do that. Because we're currently in a level 70 map, and I think I'm level 62 or 63. So we're getting a bit of an XP penalty here. But once you do get to level 65, that XP penalty is completely gone, and you don't have to worry about any of that. Yeah, you generally want to be like 6 to 8 levels under the map at most. You don't want to be any more than 8 levels under, in my opinion. 7 levels or 6 levels is like ideal. So yeah, we're at T6 maps. I think the next map we do, we go up in tiers, which will give us a T7. I actually have 2 T6 maps in my inventory, and so I buy 3 T5 maps. And that lets me reforge my T6s into a T7. So we actually get to skip a map tier thanks to that. I'm not sure where we got that extra T6 map, but it probably was just like a random drop or something. But yeah, whenever you have 2 of a map, all you have to do is buy 3 from the vendor. And you'll be able to go up and skip a tier. I'm at level 63 and just start the interlude. Is that bad? That is insanely high. How is that even possible? That is so high that I don't even believe you. And that puts us at T8. So we're already, you know, basically halfway. Yeah. Halfway to T15s. Here we are. And I can see a bunch of powerful map bosses on my atlas at the moment. So I'm just sitting here loving this. So I don't know what was happening there. It was like a little bit of like desync or something. But yeah, this is like a giga rippy map. I don't know why, but I remember this map being really rippy. I think the mobs have like some sort of ailment threshold or more monster life or something. And I'm still using a level 40 weapon, so we're in a level 72 area with a level 40 weapon. And the level 40 weapon isn't even like insane or anything, it's just like a pretty good level 40 weapon. But in a level here, we are going to go to level 65, which means we get a new weapon. It's already in our inventory. We do need to craft it out though. I can't remember if I regal this or essence it or what. Yeah, we regal it. We hit flat damage, and then we hit a good flat cold damage. And so at this point, I'm like very happy with that. That's like my weapon for the end of the run. Getting anything better would be like a miracle. I'm very happy with that. And we're at T9s, so we just got a new weapon upgrade. We hit T9s. This run is basically going as good as I could ever hope. I noticed that I sold the 22% increased attack speed spear, which has 2.08 base attacks per second. So I bought that back from the vendor. And here I'm just checking to make sure that it is a upgrade before socketing it, and it's already a huge upgrade without any sockets or quality or anything. So we are gaming. Salvage my old spear, put the whetstones on the new one. And I think we just got like 20% more damage or something like that. So pretty big. Yeah, literally all we had to do was find a good magic base, regal or essence it. If you had like an essence of flames or a essence of ice, or sorry, a greater essence of flames or ice, then like GG, like you have your T15 weapon. And keep in mind, we're like still very under level. I'm 8 levels under the map right now. 8 levels under, and we're just breezing through this shit. Like, you wouldn't even be able to tell that I'm 8 levels under with random trash 4 hours into the league gear. That's how strong this build is. So for this boss, I'm pretty sure this is a double boss. So I like positions that I can hit both of them at the same time. And we're already at T10s. 353 We have like 20 minutes left to go. At this point, I'm like, thought I ran out of powerful map bosses, but we still have powerful map boss down below. So yeah, I have 2 passive points. I'm like confused as to what to do with my passive tree. I can't remember what my tree is. So I just go without some passive points for a while. Yeah, I don't even know the build. Realistically, you should just stop looking at spears now and just map. For a T15 rush, yeah. If this was a league start, you definitely want to keep looking for weapons though. But yeah, for a T15 rush, you don't really need to look for anything at this point. But here we get a greater essence of grounding. I think I Valorb, yeah. Valorb in the hopes of getting something more useful. Perhaps something that would like help me create a better weapon or something. But we just got the extra essence of ruin, so. So here I like kind of remember what my passive tree was supposed to be. It's still a little bit messed up, so I end up missing out on like 11% attack speed, but it's a lot better than what it was. So yeah, I was literally missing on like, I don't know, 15% attack speed there, and then another 14% attack speed down there. Yeah, I just want to talk about 0.5 for a little bit. So in 0.5, obviously the in-game is changing dramatically, but like the gearing of your character and early maps and stuff isn't really going to be changing. So all of the strategies that I'm using for like reforging maps to go up higher in tiers or crafting my weapon or whatever, all of that stuff is still going to apply. But in 0.5 you probably want to rush to the fortress. It's like you probably want to do a tower, then go to the fortress, is my guess. So here I ran out of wisdom scrolls, so I buy some from that NPC. And now I'm just looking for powerful map boss. The only powerful map boss I can see is like 3 maps away. So like I'm pretty sad at this point. So I just want to talk about my defenses for a second here. So I have pretty decent fire and lightning resists, but negative cold resist. This is almost like an active decision that I've made. So when you're going this fast, you don't really have time to like get gear upgrades. So you're gonna have bad resists. So what you can do, so like if you have 40% of all your resistances, you're just gonna get one shot by fire, lightning, and cold damage. But if you have 75 fire, 75 lightning, and like negative cold, well, you're gonna be completely safe against fire and lightning. And the only thing that's going to one-shot you is cold damage. So that's like the thought process for early maps, is that I kind of like avoid cold res and go for fire and lightning. And then I can just be immortal, or not immortal, but like tanky against fire and lightning. Instead of just getting one-shot by all 3. So here I do the reforged strategy again, because we got an extra map drop. So we're already at, what was that, T12? We're already at T12, 358.
I'm back where it all began.
Hi guy that dies. I'm doing everything like you in videos, and I make campaign in 20 hours. I have no clue how. I watched the entire video and make in 20 hours. I die a lot. I try to dodge like you, but I got one-shotted. Have you seen the 45-minute video that I made about how to get to maps in like less than 4 hours? Like highly edited. I think it's called I spent 1 month making this campaign guide. Highly recommend watching that if you haven't seen it already. But yeah, so we are like giga squishy. 1.2k life, we're in T12 maps, we have negative cold res. I don't even think we have capped fire or lightning. Basically, the goal here is to just not get hit. If you get hit, you die. So yeah, basically just don't get hit by anything. Anytime I do get hit, I either get half HP'd or die. And if something hits me, I get stunned as well. So you really just have to kill everything before it kills you. This isn't that close to sub 4, but it looks like it's within 10 minutes. Do you think that's possible? You can definitely do sub 4. 100%. Will I do sub 4 anytime soon? Probably not. But, like, you can. You definitely need to get lucky on maps and stuff, though. So here I die. I don't even know what killed me or anything. Like, I have no idea. It's probably just, like, some completely random attack that's supposed to do no damage, but because my resists in life is so low, it just instantly killed me. So yeah, you can see I'm just kind of trying to kill everything before it can kill me. You know, if something's dead, it can't kill you. That's kind of the strategy I'm applying here. But we're about to die in a second here again to something that I don't even know what it is. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it was that guy who has like Essence Strain or something. Hi guy that dies. I'm doing everything like you in the videos, but when I pronounce Dex, it sounds like Dex. I have no clue how I watches the entire video, but I cannot say Dex like you can. Looked like corrupted blood puddle? Yeah, it might have been. So about the deaths, if you die and lose a map, it's really bad. Because you lose a shit ton of gold. And you basically just lose a map tier, right? So you basically go -1 map tier. Which costs you like 5 to 10 minutes. So if you die and lose a map, you literally can lose like 10 minutes. It's really bad. So dying is avoid. Avoid dying. Be guy that lives, not guy that dies. So this is probably the most highest stakes boss fight in the entire run. I think if I die here, I lose the map. So, you know, I'm trying really hard not to get hit by this guy. This map also has over 40% more monster life, so he's pretty tanky. If we get him, and we get our T13. So at this point, in the best case scenario, we only have to complete, I want to say 4 more maps. Or 5 more maps or something. So this map I just put in, it is a extra damage is cold map. And I have negative resists. I have negative cold resist and we just put it in a damage extra as cold. Which basically means anything that hits me is going to one-shot me. So if you thought shit was one-shotting me before, now we're really getting one-shot. Just like that. Is this hardcore viable? Yes. You just have to be better than me. So here I'm like absolutely trying my hardest to not get hit by anything. I'm so fucking scared that I leave that Exalted Orb on the ground. I just want to get the hell out of there. Away from that dude. Because yeah, if we lose this map, we basically go down 1 in map tier. So it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. We just hit level 70. Like, our level is like, you know, pretty pointless at this point. Doesn't really matter.
This is all we have, as expected.
Yeah, if you get hit by anything at all, you will get one shot. The strategy really is to just kill anything before it can kill you. How good is this weapon on the run? 6. 6 out of 10. See, I'm being like so cautious that even when I think there are no mobs, I'm using Twister to kill the mobs. Nothing can be worse than dying. Yeah, luckily Twister is completely broken, so by the time we freeze a boss, it's basically just dead. And that's a T13, so we have a damages extra chaos T13. We're doing a powerful map boss, so if we are not unlucky, this will drop us a T14. And we actually have enough gold such that we could buy 6 T13s and then upgrade the map to a T15. So we'll complete this map, we get a T14, we complete that map. That will put T13 maps in the vendor, and then we can buy 6. And that will take us all the way to T15, and then from there it's just a matter of actually completing the map. And I think that whole process takes like another 5 minutes or so, 6 minutes. Yeah, I'm trying really hard not to get hit. I think I get hit like 2 times in this entire map. The one time I do get hit by a mob, I lose over half of my HP. I think we're about to see that in a second. Yep, this guy here almost kills us with 2 auto attacks. Yeah, a white mob hit us with 2 auto attacks and took 90% of our life. Any attack from this boss will one-shot us. So we have to really not get hit here. Very important. She's in a super awkward position right against the wall. So because she's too close to the wall, she's actually not getting double hit. I'm also trying to stay away from melee range because I'm really scared. And then I see that she's frozen, I go into melee. And then she gets unfrozen, so I get the hell out again. Are you going to explain the strange noises you're making? Well, when somebody loves a game very much, some special things happen. Ask your parents. So, what I'm doing now is I'm completing a T14, and that's going to put T13 maps into my vendor. So all I have to do is complete this, and we'll be at T15, basically. If I can complete it. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't really think too much about the layout of this map. This is a very awkward map because you have to go through these incredibly narrow doorways, which is perfect for ranged mobs to just shotgun one-shot you. I don't even know what just hit me, but it did 1,200 damage. So don't get hit. I do find a shrine, so at this point I'm like, okay, if I have enough damage to just one-shot everything. We find the boss anyway, so. This boss is obviously, you know, pretty easy boss. He doesn't have any cold resist. He's pretty easy to avoid. Very squishy. And that gives us our T15. So we get a map from the boss, we buy 6 maps from the vendor, and we can reforge them up to become a T15. We do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then another 1, 2, 3, and that's our T15. And to finish the run, we have to complete the map. What the fuck is happening to my timer? What? The fuck? Can you guys see that? Am I crazy? What the fuck, dude? What is that? Well, don't go too fast or your timer will break, apparently. Yeah, I think it's still counting up correctly, so it's fine. I think it's all good. Yeah, literally all we have to do is kill this boss, and that's the run. And that's it. 4:13:51. GG. Timer compromised runs doesn't count. True.